think I need to add it to... Hold on. I think my OBS settings reset because I updated it for VOD audio. Output streaming Twitch VOD track is VOD 2. Is channel 2. Properties, anything on channel 2, which means that... Yeah, all this can go, and then no music goes as well. I think it's fixed now, mods, if you want to check. And people who are trying to clip things. It should be fixed. Yeah, Twitch VOD track is set to 2, and on audio channel 2, or audio track 2, I have mixer, my mic, and alert box. So that'd be Minecraft, the alert box, and my mic on the VOD. There we go. Fixed. Yummy. We'll make a bed and we'll just wander until we find a good place to call home. I kind of hate that we spawned in a savannah, though. Music's kind of loud. No, it's not. We're rat jamming. Savannah's such a good biome. I don't know. It's kind of boring. It's becoming night. The nighttime of day 0. You can make any biome look cool. That's true. I just think the savannah is boring, and I hate acacia wood, to be fair. Isn't that just... It's just ugly. Let's grab some more stone for some more tools real quick while we can. While it's still daytime. Surviving one night. Oh wait, the mod said the VOD's still broken. What? I don't know, mods. I think it should be working. If it doesn't work, we'll work on it later. I'll fix it after this stream. We'll fix it for tomorrow's stream, of course. Of course. Okay. That's day 1 survived, chat. Look at us go. Normally in speedruns you can't sleep. This isn't really a speedrun. Even though I know I'm playing it like a speedrun because I'm so cracked. The alerts are maybe working. I don't know. They could be completely wrong. Nice. We've survived a full day longer than last time. I know. I know, chat. It's nothing really. It's nothing really. I do my best, and usually I don't disappoint. Sorry, I was messaging the mods chat. They're trying to make sure that everything's working because the mods are the best. Anyways, okay. Also, this song has just gotten so boring. Like, the beginning of this song is so good and the ending's so bad. Okay. Sam said my wood was ugly. Oh my gosh, your name's Savannah? To be fair, the Savannah wood is ugly. Pet the mods. It's true. Pet the mods. Pumpkins! Yes! Wait, that's actually massive. We can farm pumpkins already. We're definitely taking some of these with us. Pumpkin pie farm might be a necessity early game. Not sure yet. But it might be a really good idea to pumpkin pie farm early game. Hold on, chat. Watch. It's okay. It's okay. Watch this. Watch this, chat. I learned something about you all. Watch this. Look at you go. Look at you go, chat. Look, I gave you nom noms. Now you're happy, right? Look at you. Look at you go, chat. Look at you go. Look at that. Look at this. I'm learning what Twitch chat really wants. They just want nom noms. That's all. That's all they want. Just nom noms. Hello, turtle. There's a shipwreck over here. Let's go get us some loots. I might get clear water tweaks for a texture pack as well, because I kind of hate the water underneath. Wash it down with some Peepo juice, chat. Wash it down. You deserve some juice. Oh my gosh, I'm looting this so slow. There's no door? Okay, we just swim up to the surface and breathe. Look at us go. We have 8 iron already. Wow, that's cracked. Let's get the treasure map, I guess. Streamer thinks he knows us. Turns out he's right. I know. We'll take this paper just because we can. Okay. Looks like it's northwest of us from here. Isn't there going to be another chest? Yeah, I thought so. We'll just take that coal and then we'll be out of here. What kind of wood is this? Is this spruce? I think it is spruce, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, well, I guess let's make a boat to go try and get this buried treasure. Might be nice. I think they're sort of fixing alert box now. I'm not positive, chat. I think it's from a long time ago whenever those emotes, those things actually came through that just showed up for me. I'll keep you posted though, chat, of course. Oh, I already have a bunch of acacia. Hold on. Let's make one of these ugly boats. All right. Oh, it's literally right here. Isn't it 9, chat? That's the spot. Is it here, chat? 9-9, is that the spot? Streamer is cracked at Minecraft, Your Honor. Oh my gosh, wait, we're rich. We are so rich. We are so rich. We're so rich. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what to do with all this stuff. We're just rich. We have 5 diamond. We could make diamond pick right now. I'm taking this Heart of the Sea just because it's kind of rare. I don't want to leave it. I think I'll get rid of this light gray wool and this gray wool. We kind of just need to clean out our inventory a little bit. Get rid of this extra axe. I guess we... Ooh, sorry, Chad. I just like had a weird burp. We can get rid of this map now, of course. Squeed. I think we will make iron tools, but a diamond pickaxe for later. We'll keep a diamond pickaxe handy. It's gonna take up an inventory slot. I just won't make it yet, but just know we're using those for a diamond pickaxe as well. We'll make an iron axe. Actually, I guess stone axe is like just better though. We'll save our iron for now and see what we want to make later. Cook these pork chops real quick and we'll get out of here. Diamond pickaxe day 1, chat. 5 diamonds on day 1. We are unleashed. I'm gonna go scoop up that sugarcane while this stuff cooks. Hey there, turtles. I'm stealing your sugarcane. Isn't it day 2? Technically, Minecraft Days world start on day 0, so technically it's day 1, but sure, yeah, day 2. Bucket for MLG. Actually, I think bucket is a good call. I think I will make a water bucket just because I think that's... Grab our crafting bench here. Let's set out on an adventure. It looks like this whole island is savannah, so I think we'll head back towards spawn. You interrupted the turtle's date? Hey, just hopped in, hopped out, no big deal. At least we know there's like kelp over here if we want to make a kelp farm, which I do, because we can use it as furnace fuel, I think. Until we can build a, like, carpet duper or something. Oh, speaking of, I might need to enable all that in the settings for the server. Ooh, is this a ruined portal? It is, right? Oh, no, this is one of those little village hut things. Is there anything down here, though? Oh, there is. Just some coal, but we'll take it. We don't really need the wheat. We have plenty of food. Oh, there's another buried treasure map. It's going to be the same treasure, right? Oh, no, it's not. Let's go get this treasure too. We're gonna have more diamonds here potentially. Don't throw your first pick away. I literally did already. Yikes. Yikes. Literally threw it away already. Someone said so much luck. It's literally not luck. It's skill. We need 9 again. I think it's going to be in this chunk for sure. 9. What blocks do I have? Oh my gosh, I did it, chat. I'm cracked. More iron, more gold, more emeralds, water breathing, another heart of the sea, some cooked salmon. All in all, not too shabby. Not too shabby. We'll use this sand to build out. Nice. Get rid of that map. Eat this food. Oh, they're spawning already? What? We're gonna sleep really quick. I'm cat jamming right now. IRL. I'm feeling pretty good so far, chat. It's looking pretty good. I think we're gonna head back towards spawn. Because I don't like this area of spawn. I don't like the savannah area. I just wouldn't want to like build a base here or anything. Unless I stumbled upon a village. Oh, it looks like there's a plains. Nice. Someone just said hi, Awesome King in their message. I wasn't able to see the whole thing and it didn't show my activity feed, but thank you so much. Wait, Minecraft sounds are quiet? I'll turn them up, chat. Are they better now? I think they should be. I moved them to the correct audio device. That's why it reloaded. Is that a jungle? Oh my gosh, we have a jungle? Whee! Also, did you guys watch the Dream Lore last night? Shield's a good idea? Oh, actually though, it is. That's a really good idea. Wait, this seed is actually kind of nice. Oh my gosh, the grass looks so green in the jungle. Dream Lore. Eye emojis? Eye emojis? I'm a fan of Dream Lore. There's a birch forest on the other side as well. Look at this massive ravine. I did a 360 chat just for funsies. I really want to find a village. Okay, wait, that's it. That's it. I want to use a seed map for this world. Is that okay? Yes or no, chat? Tell me now. Let's decide together, but I think it is and I want to do it. What do we think? It is kind of cheaty because it will show me where things are and it people do it that are like more technical into the Minecraft, which I am. And I think it'll be fun. Like, I think it'll just be fun if we can just go all out, try and survive, and like do crazy things. Puns look so handsome in the lore video. True, champ. True, champ. I'll tell you that. Why was he kinda... You know... Why was he kinda... Do it? Okay, we will. I think we'll find us a village nearby. Why was he kinda? That's what I'm saying, chat. That's what I've been trying to figure out. Why was he kinda just... You know, I don't want to say it, but... Why was he, Someone said you need to be stopped. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't need to be stopped. I need to be started. Isn't he always? It's true. It's true. He is. Chat, I am not down bad for puns. I'm just in love with puns. There's a big difference. Duh. Duh. I mean, get it right. Duh. I should probably make the shield soon, but the good news is we don't have to let it be nighttime because we can just pop down a bed. Never mind. Never mind. No seed map needed. I'll probably still use it, but... Oh my gosh, this is cracked. We found a village on our own. We literally found a village on our own. Ooh, parkour moment. Parkour moment. I think we'll steal all their... I kind of want to make a chest, but... Oh well, too late. I broke that one already. We already kind of have a lot of food. I'm just hoping there's villagers still... It's an abandoned village. Not like this. Literally the only reason I wanted a village was for the villagers. Wait. Puns licked Foolish's bicep? That's not true. That's not true. Villager, potentially? Too bad I don't have any gold or any like golden apples, so I'm not gonna waste my time. Can we find some carrots though? Nice. What am I gonna drop here? We'll drop regular seeds. Ah! Woo! Never mind. Nothing to worry about. It's not true, chat. It can't be true. Puns would never do that to me. Puns would literally never do that to me. I don't care what you say. There. I said it. Oh, we're at like spawn right now. That's the mesa that was by spawn, so... Spawn. I keep saying that word like really aggressively. I'm just gonna run past these cows because I have plenty of food. Okay, that's it. I'm opening a seed map. 1.18 seed map. We need our seed. Let's get it. Here's the seed for the world if you want it, by the way. Java 1.18 and load. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna make it go to our coordinates so I can see where we're around. Negative 262. 179. Go. I don't know what this is. Zombie Plains Village. What is that? Is that where we just were, chat? Oh, it is. It is. Okay, hold on. I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm looking at. Here's the seed map. I think these are the buried treasures that we found. I know it's kind of hard to see. I'll zoom in just a bit. But we want to try and find an actual village if we can. Oh my gosh, the closest village is so far. Okay, we're heading this way though, to like 592, 176. I want to say it's like east of us. That's where we're headed. Hold on, I gotta do this, and then I can open that back up. I can also reset the zoom. That's where we're headed. We're heading to 592, 176. 592, 176. Oh, we're already on the 176. That's kind of poggers. We just need to head to 592. It's like 500 blocks. It's not too bad, I guess. Hebo G, write that down. 592, 176. Go, chat, go. Look at you go, chat. Look at you go. You're superstars, chat. Also, I have no idea if the sub goal is working today. Also, why did it not update? Oh, I think I have two. Hold on. I want to update it if it didn't work. What did I set it to, chat? What did I set it to on the other one? I want to say 1500 or 2000. Save. Saving. Back. Nice. I have no idea if the number of subs is correct, by the way, because Stream Elements is broken. We'll sleep. A suit stream? What? We're gonna do a suit stream for subs? I don't know. I mean, I can do a suit stream. Is that actually something you guys would want me to do? I feel like that's just kind of boring. I mean, I'm down though if y'all want that. Break out the cowboy boots. We could do a cowboy stream as well. I'll throw on the hat, the cowboy hat. A baking stream? I could be down to do a baking stream as well. Wax Boomer's head. That's not really my sub goal, would it be? Wouldn't really be my sub goal. Suit stream, then a cowboy stream. Okay, fine. If we hit the sub goal, I'll stream in a suit one day. For at least part of the stream. Maybe not the whole stream, but at least part of it. When I start it, I will have on a suit. How's that? We have so much sugarcane already. We're rich. Aha! It's a desert village. Beautiful. Deal? Okay, it's a deal, chat. It's a deal. Besides, I need you guys to farm me content. Hello, my villager friends. There is literally no trees around here whatsoever, is there? That's really awkward. Okay, nice though. We've got a village with villagers in it. Cacti in there. Don't really need that right now. This guy's just got a crafting bench. This guy's just got a crafting bench. It's me, Cassidy. Thank you. Wait, it's me, Cassandra Lee. Sorry, it's hard for me to read the names in the chat. Thank you so much for the tier 1 gifts. For the 10 tier 1s. Wait, people want the suit stream. They must. Hello, my brickworking friend. My masonry friend. Okay, we need to attempt to trap all these villagers ASAP. So that they stay safe and whatnot. I think we'll kind of just set up our base of operations here and we'll make sure to sleep through every night. But I think we'll set up a little mining area real quick. And that'll be that. Do I still have that cooked salmon? We're gonna get our first pet, chat. Are you ready? Sheb Lee, thank you for the turn for 15 months. If you don't read this, I'm resigning. Real. I read it, Sheb. It just showed up for me. What happened to ripping the tiny creeper hoodie? I will do that. I will do that still. I have to order one, though. I thought we were going to wait for the Amazon stream to order it. Cats don't like cooked salmon? This cat does. Come here, cat. Come here, cat. Eat this salmon, cat. Come here, cat. Eat it. Eat. Oh, wait, they actually don't eat cooked fish at all? Oh my gosh, I'm just running this cat wild right now. Eat. Okay, fine. Fine, you don't have to. Fine. Fine. Dumb cat anyways. Didn't even like that cat. Baking stream as well. I'm down. I'm down for that, mods. It's a good idea. Look at our little village go. Okay, does this guy have any carrots that he's growing, though? If they don't have carrots, we're going to give them some. Or 1 carrot we're going to give to this farmer here to farm with. That way he can grow that. Because we're going to need a lot of carrots to like build villager breeder eventually, so farming them now is good. Cooking stream in a suit? That sounds like a really good way to ruin a suit, to be fair. What about an art stream? Yeah, I'm garbage at art, so... A FNAF stream? Is it actually scary or no? I saw that Quackity played it. I didn't watch him play it, but I saw that he had played it. Show us your art? No, Grim. You, of all people, cannot see. Your art's poggers. Not really? That's what I heard. Wait, what happened to all those torch? Oh, that was in the other world where I had all those torches, huh? Nice. We've got a little bunker started here now. I think we craft ourselves up a little basin here in the wall. I think we dig our way into the wall and we just set up a little base of operations. Bum, 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 bum. What other world? Oh, you're right. A Puns and Sam meetup? I think I'm down. Is this live right now? Yes. Yes, it is. Roast hardcore. Oh, gosh. You here to roast my hardcore? The music just died? Question mark? What's the chords? Like 592 or something, chat. The music just died? Oh, Megalol? Feels dank, man. Chat, look at me learning all the Twitch results. What's up, boss? Don't know why I called him Phil. It wasn't because of Philza, to be clear. This guy just straight up moved in. Okay, what's happening with the music? We're skipping this song. See if it'll fix itself. It did. Look at that. This song is so good. I'm gonna make another stone pickaxe for digging. For just digging our tunnel, and we'll do a little mining. What's up, Phil? You can just stay there if you want. I don't know, why'd this guy come down here? Dun, 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 dun. This is our new friend. He'll be Phil. Oh, he came down for the smoker. Oh, true champ. He did, didn't he? Phil has no job now? Take your job back, Phil. Wait, all of his things are so bad. Come take this job again. Where'd he go? Wait, Phil, come back. Why did he leave now? Whatever, it doesn't matter. We're going to light this area up. I want to try and make sure we sleep. Because we don't want our villagers to die. Is there a stone cutter up there, you think, chat, actually? Because we'll make some walls. Why is the villager named Phil? I don't know. I just named him that randomly when he showed up. Nice. I think we should start fortifying this village a little. Like defending them, you know, from all the bad guys. I think we'll cut this house off up here. Thank you guys so much for all the subs. Wow, thank you. My alerts are broken today, by the way, if you're just getting here. My alerts are actually broken, so I can't see, like... I haven't been able to see the, like, things whenever people sub and whatnot. They're not showing up for me, so I'm sorry if you're subbing right now. You know what? Villagers are dumb and they'll walk over these, won't they? Like to their death. I'm gonna move these out 1 block. Eldritch, thank you so much for the gifted. I just saw it in the chat. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Eldritch Pog. How many gifted was that? That was 50 tier 1s? Eldritch, what? Thank you so much. Oh, let's go sleep right now before all of our villagers die. Ah, nice. Good little bit of rest and recuperation. Wait, can he walk out of there? Not anymore, he can't. Eldritch. 50 more? What? Eldritch, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. That's 100 tier 1s, Eldritch. What? Thank you. Eldritch is popping off right now. Okay, I think we'll steal all the beds out of the village and we'll put them in one centralized area so that all the villagers will hurdle together. And we can take a proper quota of how many villagers we have amassed here. Excuse me, sirs. I'm here to rob your bed. There's no bed in here. Because at nighttime, they'll all try and find a bed to sleep. So if we steal all the beds, they'll all go to the same area in the village. Grim, thank you for the 10 tier 1s. My goodness, Grim, you gifted subs earlier too. Nice. Wow, that's not your blast furnace there? Weird. Weird champ, dude. Okay. This village just kind of sucks, though, because it's in the middle of a desert. But it'll have to do for now. Oh, hold on, my eye itches. Oh. I just scratched my eye. It was so nice. Wait, Eldritch, thank you so much. You gifted again? What? Eldritch, thank you for the 50 more gifted. What? It's me, Cassandra Lee. Thank you for the 10 tier 1s as well. Why are you guys going so crazy? Wait, is the sub goal working, chat? It is, right? I hope so. Oh my gosh, Eldritch. Eldritch, you have to stop. That's 50 more. Eldritch, you have to stop. You have to stop. I feel bad. Please. Oh my goodness, Eldritch. Thank you so much. Eldritch says, wait, there's a sub goal? Eldritch. Oh my gosh. Yes, when we hit the sub goal, I said I would start a stream in a suit and like wear it for a part of the stream at least. My goodness. My goodness. Thank you, Eldritch. That was so nice. Oh my gosh, Eldritch. I hope you knew there was a sub goal. If you didn't, you're crazy. Suit for the whole stream, people riot. What if it's uncomfortable though? I guess that's kind of the point though. Fine, fine for the whole stream, but then it's not. I'm not promising it'll be a long stream then. But fine, I will wear it for the whole stream. Get your job back. I'm not promising a long stream though if I do it for the whole stream. Maybe like 2 or 3 hours. But I feel like I would get uncomfortable sitting in my chair in a suit for multiple hours. I can't wait to have a stream room chat, like a room dedicated to streaming where I can like do all this stuff all the time. And like just have a whole area like dedicated to it. How is this gonna work out? I'm gonna have to wrap the entire coastline. We're gonna need more walls. The golem got out? How? Wait, how did he... Oh, right here. He can probably get out right here. They probably can still all get out. Come on, buddy. Wait. Wait, I have to murder him now, right? Wait. He has to die now. Oh, did he lose aggro? Nope. No, he didn't lose aggro. Oh, 7 to this iron golem because I didn't think about the fact that he'd get mad at me. It's actually really sad too because he could have helped defend the villagers. Log? Ooh, I probably could have logged on him and reset him. Oh well, too late. 07s. That's all there is to that. He's been 07'd. It's the deed is done. Once you're 07'd, you must subject yourself to whatever the 07 was for. We're gonna start mixing our walls because we don't have enough. So why are our farmers actually just not farming as well? Like unironically, he just hasn't farmed that wheat, huh? Also, I think I'll plant some more sugarcane over there. I think we'll take this sugarcane and... Oof. Twice it happened. Rest in pieces. Literally, in my inventory. 5 iron in my inventory. Those are the pieces he can rest in. That he's going to rest in. Oh, I forgot that I opened up the wall here. Yikes. Okay. Well, let's go grab some more stone. Yo, Phil, you're back. I love that this guy's called Phil. He shall continue to be called Phil. The random villager down here. I hear spiders. Is the thing caught up yet for the... What's it called? The subs? Is it working again? I'm not sure. Phil Meister. Yes, naturally. Oh, I just kind of like burped. It was like weird. It's like a reverse burp though. Honestly, this world's starting out pretty strong. Not gonna lie to you. Keep Phil safe from baby zombies. It's true. Gotta keep him extra safe from baby zombies. Thank you guys for all the subs, by the way. I see them in the chat, but they're not showing up in my alert box. But thank you. Okay, just a little few more fences and we can surround this entire village and keep them all safe like that. Oh my gosh, my leg is itching. I just scratched it. Alexa, turn off the bedroom fan, please. It's really cold in my room all of a sudden. Fluffin, think of it too. Sam, I've missed you so much, King. Big news. I dropped out of college. Found myself a whole new realm of knowledge. I missed so much, King. Big news. Dropped out of college, so my 2022 has started phenomenally. Haha, how you going? How you doing? I'm doing well. Thank you very much. I have not dropped out of college. Not yet, at least. Lol. Tubbo moment. Tubbo moment. Dropped out of college. Found myself a whole new realm of knowledge. You know what? That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Everyone, prep your cat jams. It is time. Prep your cat jams.
Man, if I'm gonna be honest, I dropped out of college.
Found myself a whole new realm of knowledge.
Down the forest, foraging for sounds that I can rhyme with orange. Look, I'm a
Simple gatherer.
among a world of hunters. Not about chasing clout, I'd rather gaze at clouds and feel the comforts. Uh-oh, when the trending
Job.
tab, hope this won't be
Ending bad.
checking out
Double audio?
it's like
Nice.
working in a forensic lab. Oh Lord, life's getting hard.
I fixed it, chat. Jay, thank you for the gifted. Now be honest, I need a little space to breathe, and I'm living and loving life by the sea. Go off, Tubbo. There's another golem. We already spawned in a new golem. Nice. And loving life by the sea. It's my favorite part of the song. Ooh. Where's your blast furnace at, friend? If I'm gonna be honest, I need a little space to breathe, and I'm living and loving life by the sea. Need a little space to breathe, and I'm living and loving. We found a cave, chat. Nice. Waste of walls? Nah. Yep. Thanks, but I say okay. And loving life by the sea. I'm gonna be honest. The breeze, and I'm living and loving life by the sea. Elle, thank you for the dono. I just saw it. It just showed up. Good to see you again as well. By the sea. What an absolute banger of a song. Absolute banger. Oh, suit, dude. We are getting there. Are we actually already getting there? No shot. No shot, bucko. Some Derivia Cat just came on while we were on shuffle. Who doesn't like that? Jay, thank you so much for the 10. Hi, Sam. Good to see you. Nice overlay. It looks sick. Thank you. I spent like a few hours working on it. We've got a huge sugarcane farm going over here. The only thing I wish was that this village was in a different spot, but it's okay for now. Ain't no crying. Goes up till the sun comes up. Okay, I think we should have all the villagers trapped inside now. Inside the walls, so it's a lot less likely they die. Stop torturing the villagers, they did nothing to you. I'm literally saving them from themselves. They're the dumbest things in the game. No crying till the sun's done. All my music's removed from VODs anyways, guys, so it's fine. It's only on live that you can hear the music. It's all removed, so. And I don't think Derivia Cat claims against a lot of us. I think Derivia Cat said it's okay for us to play it. Ain't no crying. This is literally the prison all over again. You're right, chat. This is my V2 of the prison. Except this time it's just trapping the dumb AI, not Dream. Speaking of Dream lore, eye emojis? Dream is out, eye emojis? Okay, nice. We've trapped all these villagers. That's huge for us. We might need to leave this area to get some dirt and things like that to build a farm, but hey, you know what it is. Oh my gosh, my eye. This is the prison, but with no budget? True. Okay, chat, we need to be so careful in the caves. See, this is why. I didn't make a shield yet, is the real reason why. Yikes. I threw the wrong thing, but it was almost dead anyways. Should build an iron farm? I will. That's why I wanted to trap these villagers early on. We're gonna need some base resources to do so, though. Let's make some stuff real quick. Okay, we'll make some sticks, make an axe. We'll just make an iron axe for now. May as well. We have a lot of iron, so. We'll make a shield. Yeah. We can go do a little spelunking. Diamond pickaxe? I don't want to waste the diamonds. Until we kind of need it, like we find obsidian or... This is a massive cave below us here. Ooh, let's kill this guy. Nice. Derivia Cat's music's so good. Remember when I said I was going to make armor? Omega lol? Oh, look at how big this cave is. Jay, thank you for the gifted subs. How many is that? 10? 20? Thank you so much, Jay. Oh no. Woo! Dude, I'm gonna leave this here so I can find my way back to this spot to get air. Just for a second. No worries, no worries. Oops. It is so dark in the water. I'm holding torches to my offhand so I can see. We're kind of getting rich right now, chat. Actually getting rich? Question mark? Woo! Is that the lush cave water over there? There has to be diamonds in this cave, right? This cave is massive. Help me remember where this water is, chat. 586, 191. People write it down. Look at how epic this area looks. Go to the fancy water? I think I will. Fine. Blue sheep. You did not see that just in chat. Where did my pickaxe go? Excuse me, sir. No worries. Just looking for my pickaxe. Don't care about you doing zombie things. There it is. Thank goodness. There's glow squids. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. This is getting really risky. Okay. Okay, we need to get a little safer here. I might turn my brightness up in the settings just a touch. It's a little dark in here. Sam has acquired redstone. Oh no, it's true. The game's over now, essentially. I hope nothing jumps in this hole with me. We need to find coal as well. Make a shield. I did make a shield, chat. Someone's not paying attention to the stream. Omegalo. Don't forget to sub with Prime. It's true. Twitch Prime. Once a month, Twitch Bezos throws a... Twitch Bezos, that's his name. Nope. Munch, 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 munch. Blue sheep. I don't know if the sub messages in the chat right now in Chatterino are real or not, but if they are, thank you guys so much for your sub. Blue sheep is... Oh my gosh. Looks like this is a big iron vein here. We're getting rich here. You know what? Fine, chat. Fine, 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 fine. Fine, 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 fine. For hours at a time. Let's change the volume.
Good to see ya. Nice overlay, it looks sick.
Woo! I'm just fine. Ask is. I'm not even worried about playing hardcore anymore.
Good to see ya. Nice overlay, it looks sick.
Thanks again, Jay. I know, good. For so long, been airing itself for so long. Shoot, do it. Oh, I missed. Nice. Get rolled, kid. Faces. Diamonds! Diamonds! Okay. Someone sub with Prime. Hurry. Fact is... There's only one? Oh my gosh, we're poor. That I can masses. I could masters. The mask is... I really like this song. Can see I'm trying, you can take me crying. And I'm good, I'm good. Not just terrifying, I keep on silent, I'm good. For so long been. For so long. For so long it's real. So long it's real. You're so bold in hardcore chat. I like to live life on the edge. I'm an extreme person, you know? I really like this song. Banger. Oh my gosh, guess what was just recommended? Fine, fine. Road Trip's copyrighted? Guys, I know Dream. Oh, Megalol? Now that interstate is paved with memories. I lived when I was 18. Go back, Diamonds? It's gotta be a lie. I was literally right in here, chat. There were no diamonds. Oh, wait, you're right, chat. Not a troll. 2? It's covered on YouTube, not Twitch. Oh, I see. Oh, wow. I reminisce about a past life. You was cool. to the sun. No veil, west, only know it for. Now that interstate is paved with memories. I just realized in the VOD when the music's cut, it's gonna sound so weird. I'm just singing this song. To what we used to be. Y'all seeing this? Diamonds. Oh, there's the shiny water we saw. Wait, we're so rich. Oh my gosh, there's scary guys over here. Ah! Okay, that one was a little close for comfort. I will be the first to admit that was a little close for comfort there. That one was a little close. I will openly admit that. I have no idea what song is playing. Oh, it's a Kawago song. Bless Kawago. Make a shield? I have one. I just want to be able to hold the torches so I can see. I put the VOD to daily motion? What? Chat, sometimes I just think you're all a little crazy, you know? The water looks so nice here. What biome is this? Warm ocean, that's why. Wait, we're actually rich. Now, lowest thing of the 10. Is it true that you are the awesome dude? This is true and based. Yes. I am the awesome dude, if you will. Go back diamonds? Nah, they're lying. I'm being trolled now. There's diamonds right here, though. Was there more diamonds that I missed, chat? Ooh. Oh, another one? Hurry before that zombie gets here. Let's do a little side check. I think we enchant and go for fortune. It's gonna be kind of hard to get fortune though. Maybe we'll try and make a librarian. We have a lot of sugarcane. Might have some leather from all the cows as well. Can make a lectern. What? No. No. No! Run. Just run. Just run for a second. Just run for a second.
This is true and based.
It's true. It is true I am the awesome dude. Nile Slots. You donated that twice. Sub goal 0? Yikes. We have no subs, chat. Not like this. Not like this. I have no idea why that's doing that, by the way. Stream Elements is struggling today, apparently. Oh, there was more diamonds. Wait, I wasn't getting trolled. Ah! I didn't even hear that creeper. The music's so loud right now. I'm gonna reload the overlay. Hold on. We have 1 sub. Poggies! Well, obviously that's not right. Maybe it is right. I don't know, chat. We just had a sub reset today? Question mark? Massive sub reset today? Oh my gosh, thank goodness I had the shield on. Okay, chat, we need to find that one waterfall we swam down before. It's this way, I think. It's that one. No. Don't you dare, creeper. Now that we're up here, I think we run over to that waterfall. That's the one. I'm gonna get this iron right here, though. Look at me go. I actually don't know what happened to the sub goal. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have no idea what happened to it. Oh no. Hold on, chat. I'm dying. I'm gonna swim up here. Someone in chat said 586 191. Thank you. That's literally where this is. That's perfect. Look at this. A chatter who helps. Do my eyes deceive me? Also, chat, I remember today that Foolish gave me a beanie. To be real though, I'm not much of a beanie wearer. Samir, Vod, is your mic muted, it seems? No, it doesn't. The mod's checked. It's good. I'm not much of a beanie wearer though. Should I try it on for you guys? I feel like I look weird though, so don't make fun of me if I do. Oh my gosh, I put those doors in the wrong way. Be like Quackity, wear a beanie? Okay. Hold on, I'll put it on in just a second. I feel like it just doesn't work for me though, chat. Hold on. Ignore my hair. I've been in a hat all day. It's got a little shark on it, though. It's kind of cute. Did I do it right? Is this how you wear them? I feel like it just looks weird. Like, it looks like I don't have ears. Am I doing it, chat? Am I doing it? Look at me go, chat. Look at me go. I feel like I just can't rock beanies. I don't know why. I just feel like I can't. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I just don't rock it. Like, I just don't make it work. You know? Simple as that. I feel like I just don't make it work. Oh, this is where we came to heal earlier. Or breathe earlier. Hold on, I'm gonna go look at it in the mirror in a second. And see if it looks weird. Does it look weird though? Just tell me, chat. I feel like it just doesn't really work for me. I feel like I'm just not really the beanie wearing type, if you will. You look fine, but I prefer the hat. See, exactly. Pull the beanie back a bit. Hold on, let me get into a safe spot where I can AFK. Now, when you say pull the beanie back a bit, you of course mean like this. Is that better? Is that better or worse? I feel like it makes it look like I have an 8 head if I do that. I feel like that makes you look like I have a 14 head. Yes, see, people in chat are saying yes. Those of you who are saying it doesn't are lying. Thank you. Thank you, people who are being honest about it. Thank you. Now some hair. I feel like it's gonna look weird if I just like pull my hair out from under it. Oh my god, I look like Quackity. Oh my god, I kind of look like Quackity. Hold on, wait. I'll be back. I'm gonna try and make myself look like Quackity. Hold on, I'll try and look like Quackity. Hold on, I'll be back. What side of his head is Quackity's hair on? Oh my gosh, Chad, I'm doing it. I actually look like Alex Quackity. Did I hit the Quackity look? I don't have enough hair. How long is Quackity's hair actually? Unironically, how long? Look, my hair is like not short.
Hey King, just thought
Like, it's
I'd
not
let you know
short
I
right
went
now.
back to clip you
And,
dying
like,
and
I don't
your
get
mic
how
audio
Quackity
isn't
gets that much to
saved.
hang out.
Just the music plus game audio.
I feel like I just can't rock the beanie look. This is how I'm gonna play now, chat. I'm gonna turn the foolish beanie
Hey
into
King,
a
just
ski
thought
mask.
I'd let you know I went back to clip you dying and your mic audio isn't saved. Just the music plus game audio.
I don't think I like the beanie look. I don't think I can rock it. I don't think I have it. See, look, I just look normal. I need to make a furnace so we can smelt. I guess we could go use that blast furnace that's upstairs. Oh my gosh, give me that. The hat is iconic, King. It's true. It's true. I made these hats. Hey, King, just thought I'd let you know I went back to clip you dying and your mic audio isn't saved, just the music plus game audio. Yeah, I think it was a little scuffed in the beginning. I don't think it's just you. I think that's just how it is. It is what it is. Is the music Kuwago? Of course. The ever wonderful Kuwago. Did I bring my iron here that I was going to smelt? Oh, here it is. Oh, wait, doesn't Blast Furnace use coal twice as fast? We don't have that much fuel. We'll just use up 3 of it. We'll just use up some of it. He looks pretty useless, doesn't he, that villager? I think we just try and make Iron Farm. It's pretty straightforward. I think we basically just need a cauldron. We need a cauldron, trapdoor, 3 beds, which we can just steal from over there. No, it doesn't. It burns at the same rate. I don't think it does. Maybe it does. It just smelts everything twice as fast. Yeah, okay, yeah. So it just uses the fuel twice as fast as well, right? I got 14 diamonds on that trip. I think we try and get us some enchanting table going. And we try and enchant. Elders, thank you for the gifted again, by the way. Check out Ian X04's Iron Farm. It's much easier. Isn't Ray's Iron Farm the best one? By Ray, I mean the Ray's work. Ray Works. Ray's work? Is that what his channel name is? It's Ray something. Isn't his Iron Farm best design? What does Chapman do in his world? Do you guys know who Happy Chappy is? Hold on, let me look up Ray Works Iron Farm. I think his is like the best. I think Ray Works is like the best. Yeah, this one's so easy. He says it's a 5-minute build. I wonder if I'm allowed to watch this on stream. I wonder if Ray Works would care. Probably not, right? Probably not, right? Well, I'll just wait for the stuff to smelt. I think his design's really simple. This is the design I was talking about. Yeah, we just need 4 cauldrons, some slabs, some water, and some lava. I'm sorry, Ray, if you don't want people to watch your videos on stream. I'm trying not to watch it. I'm just trying to... The thing I don't remember is how big the platform above is. I think it's 3 blocks on each side. That way the villagers don't get smited. We can go back to the video. I'm glad I found it, though. I think that's just, like, it's simply, like, the best design right now. Average amount, but it's infinite, so... I think he says it's like 150 an hour. Let me check the video description. There's a 30-minute warm-up time, like a lot of iron farms. 320 iron an hour. It's pretty good. What happened to the game sounds? Lol? Oh, the sub goal fixed itself, by the way. I can't hear game audio. It's just like super quiet. What? I can hear that, but I can't hear other things. Oh, do I have blocks turned down? I might have blocks turned down really low. Yeah. There we go. I think 350 an hour is good, especially for such a simple design. I definitely think it's good. I think that's the one we're going to try and build. We'll throw this in here to smelt just because we can. Looks like we're gonna need to farm trees in this world as well. Okay though, let's decide where we're gonna build the iron farm. I kind of want to go do it in spawn chunks, to be honest, but it's so far from here. It's like 500 blocks. I guess it's not that far. I actually think I might want to go to the nether first before we do that. That way we could build a faster way to travel. We have a lot of stuff, to be honest with you. We're kind of rich. Honestly, I might just make some diamond armor right now. Oh, I found some new NCS songs, by the way. They're absolutely bangers. Where you go? Someone said 07 to the hardcore if you're going to the nether. No, it's not. I guess I could have made armor, lol. Before I went to get this lava, but... Did I scare you, chat? There's a slime chunk here? Where go? The song's in the playlist, by the way. Exclamation Rock playlist. It's like towards the end, I think. It's called On and On. There's one. This is another one I found. No! Why did it pause? What? It's like buffering endlessly. Okay, we're vibing without music for a minute. Sorry, champ. Oh, it started this song again now. Chat, I can't handle how scuffed it gets. No time zones in chat, nodders. Don't talk about your time zones, nodders. Bum bum. You need Spotify, my friend? Okay. Maybe. Not a Sam stream if it's not a little scuffed. It's not genuine if it's not a little scuffed. Oh my gosh, Mods, did you just L dance on that person? He's an Apple Music user? It's true, I am. Time doesn't exist. Is that true? This song used to be in every YouTube video. It did, didn't it? Apple Music users unite. It's true. We should rise up, Apple Music users. Let's see. I need 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need 2 more obsidian, technically, to be happy. Oh, there we go. That's perfect. A huge pool of it. I think I'll get 6 more obsidian. Shields are so OP. Jay, thank you for the gifted subs. I'm not sure if that was just now or I have no idea. They should make shields like how blocking with a sword was. Honestly, maybe. Blocking with a shield is just so OP right now. Did you get your grades back yet, by the way, Sam? Actually, I did. For the semester, of course. Alerts major delayed. They're actually just broken on Stream Elements today. For some reason, apparently. Okay, what is... Actually, what is happening to the music now? Ooh, yikes. Alright, we should have enough obsidian. Let's get out of here. Oh, nice boost. Appreciate you. Oh my gosh, this guy's wrecking me. Okay, I got away though. How'd I do? I did pretty well. Multiple A's, little B skis. Oh, I did fail a keen class though. To be fair, it's only because the final is really hard. A keen class, like a kinesiology, like it was volleyball, essentially. Where is he, chat? There he is. To be fair, chat, it's really not my fault. One, obviously I didn't really care. Two, for our final, we had to like bump, set, like back to back, okay? He wanted us to do that 15, 20 times in a row, and the more you got, the higher your grade was. And look, it was at like 9 in the morning, and I just got there, and I was like, you know what? I don't even want to do this anyways. And then, yeah. Yeah, so I got a C on the final. Awkward moment. Some people just aren't athletic. See, that's not even the thing, though. That's not even the thing what it was with me. It was just more of like, I couldn't be asked to like try, which is kind of sad, I guess, but swim. A C is better than an F. People write that down. Nice. Thank you, chat. I had just taken the class for fun anyways. It doesn't really affect anything, so it doesn't really matter. Like, I had an extra hour that I could take that I'd already technically paid for, so I took it for funsies. My teacher was super chill, though. He was so cool. Can I craft a book? Do we have another? Oh, you know what? There's a book in that, what's it called? C's get degrees, baby. It's true. Streamer is rich? How did that even come up? We actually are kind of rich in the world now, right? I'm just going to let no copyright sounds shuffle, and we'll skip any songs that are bad. Like this one, because it's not loading. I feel like sometimes my YouTube just bugs out. I should have slept. Also, we have the book to make an enchanting table. Oops. We sleep. Okay, okay. It's just doing it to spite me now. Boom. Early enchantment table. We have no... Oh, we have 7 leather, though, but that's not really enough for anything. How much is it for a lectern? Oh, I don't have any lapis. I just realized we can't even enchant, can we? It's kind of vibey though, song. Let's craft some iron armor and then we'll go to the nether. We're gonna make 2 pickaxes just in case things go wrong there. We're gonna leave the diamond pickaxe here. Do we have any more blocks we can bring with us? We'll bring this. We're almost at 2 hours and 4 minutes, by the way, and there's a good chance the stream just randomly crashes. Just keep that in mind. Oh, we also need a flint and steel, though. This song gives me real big 2012 vibes. I can agree with that random chatter on the internet. I don't know why I opened a crafting table to make a flint and steel. But we did. You stay if it crashes, chat. That's the plan. 1 more minute. We don't claim the energy of the 204 curse. If it crashes, it's not with us. We stay. Hold hands, chat. It could be time. We stay, nodders, they say. Good chat. Nice. Why is this song kind of got me cat jamming though? Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to go back up there so you guys can peepo right down the chords. It's 2:04, chat. Be ready. Brace yourselves. I think we made it. I think we're good. 7526, Peepo G. Peepo G, write that down. I think we're good, chat. I don't think it's going to crash. Peepo G, write down those chords, though. Did y'all get them? You want me to go back and show you the chords again? You made it through, chat. You did it. Good job. 7526. Peepo G, write that down. And we will wander about the nether now. I think we'll take some of this with us, though. What is happening with the music? Ooh, I should have brought a boat to fight the Enderman. One day, chat, I'm going to go live and absolutely nothing is going to be scuffed about the stream. None of it. Nothing whatsoever. You know what? I think I won't go that way. Honestly, I only care about finding the fortress. If we find the fortress, let's get out of here. We'll get some blaze rods. We'll mark down where the blaze spawner is. You can make a boat. Do I have acacia wood? Oh, I do. Maybe we'll make some wood to defeat the Enderman. I guess I could be down to find a bastion as well, even though I don't really know if I want to try and raid one. Oh wait, can't I find Nether Fortress on the seed map? Watch my back, chat. I'm tabbing. Oh, I can. Pff, lol. Looks like there's a treasure bastion and a Bridget's bastion kind of close. Closest Nether Fortress crossing is 443 negative 229. That's where we're headed. Good job watching my back, chat. Nodders. Sorry, are we hydrated? Honestly, I want kind of want to get some water. You know what sounds so good right now? A Sonic drink. I might text my roommate. All right. 443 negative 229. See if I can go over this in any way. It looks like our biomes kind of suck for the Nether. Do you still have your water jug? I brought it back downstairs. The game's lagging? Question mark? I only brought it upstairs because my roommates weren't here. It was just me. We usually have it downstairs now. That's our new thing. Instead of water bottles, we got that instead. This is so far from where we came in at, by the way. You know, we should probably just go to the overworld and build the portal in the right spot. Because then we could easily get in and out of the fortress. Actually, should we do that, chat? Should we? Thank you. Whoever wrote down the codes of the actual portal as well. I feel like it's just potentially not worth us trying to go across the Nether. Like, I feel like it's just not really worth. Like, it'd be better to go out to an island in the overworld to get there. Yikes. Absolutely rolled, though. Swing? That guy had a weapon. Woo! Yeah, we're definitely going back to the portal. What is it again? 43 what, chat? Or 7526, that's it. Do I need to go up? I think I do, right? I think I dug down this exact tree. Never mind. I'll just run. Ow. Let me eat. Is it up or down, chat? It's up, right? Did anyone see what the Y was? It's down, y'all think? Okay, you say so, chat. It was 60 something? Oh, geez. Oh my gosh, chat, you're cracked. All right. I think we will, oh, what a stretch. I think we will, tear down this portal and build a portal in a place that takes us straight there. We'll sleep real quick, though. Okay, I was just tired of the same thing, like... I was scared you're about to end. No, no, no. It's at 443, 229. Let's do some math real quick in our heads, chat. 443 divided by 8 is 50 something. Right? Let's see. Yeah, 55. Then 229 divided by 8. We need to go to like 55, negative 29 to build the portal, and that'll put us straight into the fortress. Oh wait, it's times 8 in the overworld, right? Ooh, that might be a little far. That's way too far, actually. Yeah, wait, that's too far. Hold on, I also want to turn on some music that's a little more chill. I feel like the vibes are getting more chill. Wait, I did it backwards. I divided by 8 because I thought that wouldn't be that bad. And I was like, oh, 55 is not that far. I gotta go to like 4K if we're gonna travel there through the overworld. Yeah, probably better to travel there through the end. Or I mean through the nether. Through the end, lol, imagine. Yeah, I think we're building this back, chat. Sorry. I know we just broke it, but... Chat's angry now. We said it was better to go through the nether because it's closer. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I doubted you. I'm sorry I didn't listen, chat. I should have known. That's my bad. Let's go, chat. Get people cozy. It's time to run. I'm looking for one of those little blue things to jump onto. Blanky time. There's a bastion, chat. You guys want to loot it? Do we risk looting the bastion? That's the question of the hour, I think. Nope, you will die, they say. I don't have any gold armor either, so it'd be extra hard. Oh, ye of no faith, chat. Ye of such little faith. You don't think I could loot that bastion? I could if I wanted to. For the record, I don't want to right now. But if I wanted to, though, it would be no problem for me to loot that. No problem. Maybe I'll loot it just to prove a point. Maybe I literally will go loot it just to prove a point. Armor first? No. Armor is for the weak. Where's the bastion at? Wait, actually, where did it go? It's near here. I know that. It's like further that way, I think. I can look at it on the seed finder. In just a second. Bum bum. Absolute Nebrew, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Hold on, where's the bastion at? It's treasure bastion too. It's 240 negative 96. It's a treasure bastion though. It's like definitely just worth looting, right? Like, it's worth the risk. If we pull it off, it's going to be massive. Dumb pig. No, his beefies. They burned. 240 negative 96, huh? Oh, here it is. Hold on. Turning the music down so I can focus. Do I have any torches? Fine. I should probably keep this handy though. Absolutely rolled. It is treasure bastion. Those are the guys I'm scared of right there. Wait, can they actually pathfind to me just now? They started moving so quickly. Chat, don't be so worried. I'm actually good at this game. Woo! Yikes, that guy jump scared me. Luckily, he fell down too, though. And we'll burn them up now. Where'd the other one go? Okay, that hurt. No, 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 no. Okay, okay, hold on. What?
Oh, so greedy. Oh, so greedy. Ah.
I'm so greedy. Oh, no, 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 no. What an L. What an absolute L. Can I not go to the Nether? That is an absolute massive L. Okay, well, I'll save this world because we actually played in it for a while, but I guess we have to make a new one. Ugh. I got greedy, chat. I was so greedy. The thing was, I literally needed nothing from there either. That's what's funny. Like, I literally needed nothing from there. That's so embarrassing, too. Like, I just got rolled. Hold on, I have to sign into my console. That was so awful. What even, like, actually killed me, though? Like, I don't know what piglin was able to kill me. I felt like I was in a spot where, like, I would be safe. Someone just peep-OG'd Sam is greedy and doesn't listen to chat. That's literally not true. Did I die off the fall damage? Like, I thought I had actually just gamed on that one piglin. Like, I knew it was low, but I didn't think I was, like, you know, so low that I was gonna, like, be in a bad spot. Hold on, I'm just saving a copy of that world. And then make their backups. ls move. Let's see, I need to do move recursive, I think. World 2 / backups. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, chat, you know what? You know what? Fine, I'll say it. That felt bad. What the heck? Sorry, chat. I just want to save all the worlds in case we ever want to go back and look at old worlds. What the heck? Okay, I'm restarting it. We're getting a new seed. Chat demands a sacrifice. Here you go, chat. I got you. No, mods. You can't feed them. You can't feed them. It's my job. I'm giving them juice. Look at this. Look at all that for you, chat. Look at it all. It is kind of funny how you guys told me I was going to die if I went in there, and then I went in there and then I died. I will admit it's kind of funny. Oh, let's see how this world looks. Boom. It's a plains biome. Ooh. Might like this world better. We need to hurry and get stuff, though, so we can try and save these villagers from themselves tonight. Please no nether until you have enough armor. Okay, fine, chat, fine. Sometimes chat is right. It's true. We feed chat always people right? That's not true. I feed chat more. Tell them I feed you more, chat, or I'm going to remove Nom Nom from the chat. You can't get cookies anymore. Tell the mods, chat. Tell them. Sam feeds us more. I want to see you guys just chanting it in there. Mods better. What? Oh, that he feeds us more. It's true. It's true. He feeds us more. They're saying it, mods. Sorry. Sorry, mods. Must be hard to hear. Wow, mods just got rolled, actually. It's the first time chat's ever sided with me. I should blackmail chat more often. I feel gaslighted and girl bossed. Hey, sometimes you got to do a little gaslight girl bossing. Okay. Oh, no, I thought you were a grown cow. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, grown cow. Baby cow. I just made Cow Batman. I hope there's more than just one sheep. I hope there's 3 sheep here. I guess I can just steal a bed from the village, actually, unironically. Oh, I'm so disappointed we lost that last one. We had so much stuff already. We were kind of rich. Oh, well. Is that a frozen peak over there? There's another savanna here. Disappointing. We are murdering these cows. Left and right, we're just killing cows. Okay. Let's see how this village looks. How many villagers are even here? It looks kind of small, right? There's a blast furnace there. Here's our bed that we're going to steal. Is this an abandoned village? This is the first villagers I've seen in this village. Oh, there's pumpkins here, though. That's kind of nice. Vote for mods, don't get blackmailed people, right? Did they start a poll? That's so sneaky of them. Hello, my friend. Okay. Village poggers. I think we'll trap these two villagers because we can always build villager breeder out of them if we must. Sneaky mods. This song is so vibey. Hello, my Mason friend. Let's go inside your house, why don't we? Yeah, go on in. No, go on in. Mr. Golem, I'm making your job a lot easier. That guy just got absolutely robbed right in front of his face, and he was only a baby. See, mods, it's not fair when you make the poll mods or Stinky Sam. That is not fair. Oh my gosh, wait, that's kind of OP, right? Beetroots for that? Beetroots are useless otherwise. Does he have carrots growing? I don't think so. Those look like all wheat to me. Rob the child? I literally already did. Sam is stinky, Peepo G. Whatever, chat. Whatever. No, don't worry about it, chat. Oh, he is growing some carrots here. Nice. We'll plant those back. Okay. Well, I guess we'll let the farmers do their thing and hope that they survive. We could fence them into their farms, though. That could work. Oh my gosh, this is none of that's my crafting table, which I was trying to... Oh my gosh. Did y'all really just Peepo G the Sam Stinky thing? That's so annoying. Oh my gosh. I'm writing a twitlonger about you, chat. I'm literally going to do it. I'm going to write a twitlonger.
Hi, Sam King. Thank you for your stream. Make me feel relaxed and make my life more. Going to take an entrance exam soon. Can you say good luck for exam for me? Thanks. You're my king forever. Much
good
love.
Good luck on the exam, Yan. Sam is stinky like poo. You want this emerald? Over there. Yeah, I think we just kind of trapped this guy in his own farm. Oh my gosh, he got out of the farm already. That'll also force him to continue farming, which is good for us. Wait, am I out of wood already? Jeez, that guy's farm's massive. Didn't I trap two villagers up here as well? That's nice. Oh, there's a lad in here. Get back inside, Mr. Fletcher. Oh my gosh, he listened. Oh, I thought he was going to listen to me. Hey, Sam, I heard that Dream got out of prison. Oh my gosh, you heard that? No way. My god, no way, when? Hey Sam, I heard that you killed Rambu. I did. I murdered him. And I enjoyed every moment of it. I literally loved it. I loved every moment of it. Why does everyone capital D colon that? What? It's clearly a joke. Or is it? Or is it? Question mark. Mr. Fletcher, why don't you come down here as well? Come along now. Mr. Farmer, come on. Come back over here to your farm. I think I'll try and bring the other farmer over here as well, actually. And I think I'll break this guy's fletching table so he becomes a non-worker. He loses his job and maybe he can just become my second farmer. Actually, we could honestly turn this into like a scuffed, easy villager breeder right now. Hey, bud. Hey. Wait, how are you still a Fletcher? I broke your table. See me break it? Where did the farmer go, honestly? And the Fletcher, where did he go? I closed off all these houses down here. Is that the Fletcher? Okay. Oh my gosh, what is this guy doing? Okay, whatever. We're just going to sleep, and I'll deal with this now. He has to see you breaking it or at least be close by. Oh, I didn't know that was a rule of, like, their jobs. Is he locked as a Fletcher now? Don't tell me. Okay, but where'd my farmer go? That's what I want to know. You, come make yourself a Fletcher. Yeah, keep it coming. Yep. Look, now make yourself a farmer. Make yourself a farmer. Oh, we did. Oh my gosh, I did it. Where's the other farmer at now? I need to get the other farmer in here, and I think we've got a good thing going. Nice. He's a potato farmer, not a beetroot farmer, which is what I think the other one was. Look at the little kid just jumping on the bed, having a good time. Here is a farmer. He's not the farmer, though. And he actually has good trades. Where'd the other farmer go, chat? Do we know? Did y'all see what happened to him? Oh, maybe he tried to go in here and fell down. Or he went in here and got lost. I don't know. Potato war? What? What are y'all talking about? Oh my gosh, chat's confusing me. Here we go. We'll just make this guy turn into a farmer. I love how his head just snaps to it and he starts walking. Yes, go take over that farming job. Nice. Now, I'm pretty sure all this technically needs to produce villagers is beds. I can make this a little more efficient in a second, the build. Like, I'll rebuild it to be a little more efficient, but they both need to have their own... Oh, no. They can get out there. Both of these villagers need a bed, and then there needs to be a bed for their children that the children can get to, but the adults can't, and technically you've made a villager breeder. I do believe is correct. Come on, buddy. Come back in here, please. Yep, come on. Yep. Yeah, I think we technically only need... They can have their beds accessible. And then we make the other area where they can't have beds. Would having 2 farm areas actually make it more efficient or less? I'm not sure. Yeah, and thank you for the 500 bits. I have no idea when this was, by the way, because my alerts are completely broken. But hi, Awesome King. Thank you for your stream. It makes me feel relaxed. It makes my life happier. Then going to take an entrance exam soon. You take a look on the exam for me. Thank you. You're my king forever. Much love. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And good luck on the exam. Ugh, Chad, I'm so disappointed in my hardcore performance so far. You only need 3 beds as long as you take the child away? Yeah, that's what I thought. But 4 makes it so they'll breed twice a day and you don't have to do anything. All right, we found our village. I say we try and speedrun it. That's what I say. I say we just go for it. We go for the speed run. You know, like, I know that it's risky, chat, but the thing is, like, there's always a chance we die in the end no matter what, right? Unless we grind full prot, and there's still technically a chance. So I don't want to just grind and grind and grind and then die. I would rather risk it a little. Oh my gosh, Phil's of Minecraft's here telling me I'm making a bad decision. I know, Phil, I know, but I kind of just want to beat the end so I can know, like, this will be the world. You'll die again? Oh no, Phil's of Minecraft watched me die before? Oh no, if I had known Phil was here, I probably would have played a little smarter. I feel like I kind of threw. Yikes. Oh no, Phil, don't make fun of me later. I don't know. I feel like I might just die eventually. I do suppose you're right, though. Could be the world now. It's true. This could be the one. That's literally hardcore. You will die eventually. That's true, I guess. There will, like, come an end. Fair. Feels of Minecraft with infinite wisdom about the game here. Sheesh. Okay. Let's think about what we want to do then. We will take Mr. Minecraft's advice. Also, Alexa, turn on the bedroom fan. We will take his advice. I think he's right. We'll play slow. with that in mind, let's build a villager breeder and an iron golem farm right now because they're easy to do. I'm just looking at my villager breeder design that I have. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. I think you only need 4 beds now. Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't remember how big of an area you're supposed to do, though, for the farm. Hold on, I'm Googling it. Oh, wait, I could have seen there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 by 9 is what this person did. Okay. Phil blessing us with his wisdom. It's true. One of you is about to lose your job, and it's whoever has worse trades. Oh, one of you already lost your job, I guess. So I already tore your thing down. One, two... We really only need 1 water source, to be quite honest with you. I do need iron for the... What's it called? Bucket. For a bucket, so... This guy's about to die. Come here, buddy. What? How can I not reach this? What? I just can't land a crit because I can't reach him. There we go. Okay. Oh, nice. It gave us 5. Okay, we'll say that this is the center. Let me craft a bucket real quick. Okay, composter goes on top of that. Then we make all of this dirt. Someone in chat said, why would you listen to Phil and not us? Because Phil's the greatest. He's Mr. Minecraft, of course. Also, the meme of it's kind of funny that I like purposely ignored chat just to be funny, and then I actually ended up dying. Subsies are coming through. I have no idea if notifications are proper, by the way. Still, which is kind of sad. I actually didn't think I would die in the Bastion. To be clear, I did not think I would die with a shield and full iron in the Bastion. I did not think I was going to die. Oh, I was so sad too. I actually liked that world. Where'd that dirt go? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I need to replace the wood with dirt as well in here, technically. 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to only come to here. This should be all dirt here. Oops. Whoa, buddy. Gonna need you to hop up onto the thing there. I need like a shroom light or something though to build this properly, I think. Wait, what Pumpkin, do you have to have shears, chat? Do you have to have shears? That's the question. I think you do, right? Fine. Fine. Okay, nice. Here goes the parkour. Look at me go. Put that there. Okay, Mr. Villager, you want to start growing things? There you go. Then we'll scoot this fence in one. Chat is stupid 95% of the time, but that 5% of the time. It's true. It's true. That 5% of the time, they be caring. Okay. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to be 9 by 9. That means this needs to be dirt, right? I guess I don't need this fence to be so big. Oh, well, it won't hurt though. Okay, this is the middle. So if we go 1, so it should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is right. One, 2, 3, 4. We can move this into here. Oh wait, no, this is wrong. I can do the other way around, make it easier on myself. We'll never let you forget the time we were right. I know you won't, chat. That's of course you wouldn't. Why would you? Fill your water bucket? Ooh, a little too late. One, 2, 3. Oh, I did 1 too few. My bad. I was like, I didn't think I removed it twice on the other side. There we go. Chat, there's literally a whole river right next to us. It's fine. It would be nice to have some water, though, wouldn't it? Ooh, I just realized that guy was going to get a job, but luckily we demoted him to be jobless again. Okay. Let's fill this in.
Puns is mine. Sorry, pal.
Have you ever spoken to Puns before? Omega lol? You just got rolled? You just got rolled? I actually just got rolled? Parasocial type beat?
Puns is mine. Sorry, pal.
Why are all my donuts coming through twice as well? It's kind of freaking me out. I just rolled them, chat. I'm sorry. That was kind of mean. Just... My bad. My bad. I didn't mean to come off so aggressive there. It's just you were talking about taking puns, and I was, I took it kind of personal. It was all my bad. That's my bad. Okay, we're going to need a little bit more dirt, and we can finish this out. Oh, wait, it's echoey as well, mods? What? It's that parasocial type beat. I hope Puns bans you from his chat, KekW. Mod 1, he wouldn't ban me. He can't ban me, I'm mod. 2, I would just have Daya unban me. I would bribe Daya into unbanning me in Puns' chat. That's all there is to it. Okay, nice. This is essentially a villager breeder, like, completed, I do believe. We just need to remove these 2 logs on both sides and replace them with beds. Just like so. Check Twitter. Oh, no. Oh, no. What did he say on Twitter? He said something about me on Twitter? I'm going to check. And I swear if he didn't say something about me, I'm going to be so mad. He didn't even say anything about me, chat. You got me really hyped for no reason. Why was I so hyped for no reason? You know what though? I think I want to put these beds one block back now that I've thought about it just a little. I just need to make sure we don't let these villagers escape. That would be really annoying for this whole thing to just go wrong now. I know we're removing plant areas, but we don't even have that many carrots anyways, so. Chat, he didn't say anything. I literally looked. Fine, I'll search up his like exact things. Any hoosers. I don't see anything. I think I actually want to scoot the fence in one. I know I've like rebuilt this fence 3 times now, but after thinking about it, I think this will actually be like better. It's more efficient. Takes up less space. And it'll look better, I think, is the real that's the big one, so it's gonna look better. Sam was baited. Isn't the farm 7 by 9 right now? No. Maybe. Oh my gosh, is it? Oh my gosh, it is. Cringe. Yeah, that's fine. It'll still work as 7 by 9. It just won't be as fast. We can expand it later when we have enough carrots. It's raining. Oh, watch out, you two. Let me build these fences back for you. Oh my gosh, look at me go. Make it 6 by 9. Nice. We don't even have any carrots right now, though, so genuinely I don't think it's that big of a deal, chat. Like, it being the wrong size, because I don't think they're going to breed for a long time, because they have no carrots. So we're going to have to find bones or something and, like, be able to farm up more carrots, to be honest with you. But, yeah, I mean, it's essentially done. The only thing left to do is put in the fall trap for the baby villagers, which is essentially just 2 trapdoors. We need some trapdoors, and we're good to craft this bad boy. We need 3 trapdoors, actually, I think will work better. So, throw one of these bad boys here. One of them here. You know what? I'll build this out of wood. Why not? Yeah, and then we need one more trapdoor, I think, to keep the big villagers from getting out. Just like that. My mom's here, chat. Everyone say hi to mom. Let's make this shallow. I started a hardcore world, mom. If you die, then the world deletes itself. There we go. That way we can see our production rates and whatnot. And then to make the baby zombies, the baby villagers run out here, we just placed 2 beds, I do believe. Oh, wait, they'll be able to run out of this 1 block gap. Yikers. More trapdoors. 1 more set of trapdoors. Nice. Nice. Yeah. There we go. It's not perfect, but it should work. Our mom, you mean my mom, naturally. Oh, wait, you know what? I actually probably know why the things were showing up twice. Properties. Shut down when source. Oh, no, I did turn it on. Oh, never mind. I don't know why the donations are being weird. Thank you guys for destroying the follower goal as well, by the way. Okay. These guys are ready now. We just need to get them enough food in there, and they will start producing baby zombies. He already did twice. Yes, I already died in 2 different worlds. I did. It's true. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is good. I can't remember if those baby villagers need to be able to see the headrest or not. Or like the foot, I meant, as opposed to the headrest. In case they do, I'm going to place the beds like this. And then I'll surround them in fences as well to make sure they can't be messed with. Yeah. I think this is probably like the most simple villager breeder design. It's probably not the most efficient, but it should work. I mean, we're not going to need like infinite villagers yet, so. There we go. Mom, I'm breeding villagers. I'm making them sex each other. Hee hee hee. Our mom, people, right? No, she's literally actually my mom. Like, she gave birth to me. Dun dun. Why are you guys WTF Samming me? What? For telling my mom I was making the villagers sex each other? What? She probably thought it was funny, chat. It's kind of my sense of humor. And I would say that to my mom, specifically because she would be like, what are you talking about? Ew. Yeah, but she adopted chat. It doesn't work like that, chat. It doesn't work like that. I don't care. That's actually my mom. Oh my gosh, she's saying facts I did. Mom, don't let them pressure you into this. You do not need to adopt all of these vagrant internet children. I'm still not calling her our mom. I don't care. I'm calling her my mom. And I don't care what you guys say. It's literally my mom. Not all of you going, Mom, Sam's being mean to us. That's crazy. All right, villagers. Let me give you guys some more carrots. Do you guys trade 4? Do you trade 4 carrots? No, only carrots for the things. I need you to trade me. Carrots. I need more carrots, to be quite honest. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum 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 be-dum bum bum. The music is too chill, chat. I feel like I'm shutting down. I feel like this stream's gonna end if I keep listening to such chill music. To be honest. I'm turning back on Kuwago. What? I just muted the music. Gatekeeping? It's not gatekeeping when it's actually my mom. Let's see if we can't find another village where we can raid some carrots potentially. I don't know what our new seed is though. I'm gonna look up our seed real quick. Hold on. I'm trying to find the tab that I had open for it. I know I already have it open. Oh yeah, I do. Here it is. /seed. This is our new seed, chat. Wow, there's only one village and we happen to go straight to it. Wow, that's cracked. That's cracked, Your Honor. Okay, let's see what's good around us to go to potentially. Hold on, I'll show you guys. This is what we're working with. Not a whole lot, to be honest, around here. Here's spawn. This is the village that we're at. So the next closest village is like far, honestly. Probably not worth us trying to do that. What is this? Buried treasure? We don't really need that. We could go here though, why not? It's kind of far though. Let's see how the nether looks. We spawn, ooh, like straight on a fortress actually from, where is this? Hold on, let me put in our current coordinates. 6191. Oh yeah, this is cracked. -85, -149 is that. Well, we'd have to get the stuff to get obsidian though. Oh my gosh. Wait, I just realized how much we've been reset. Name of the page that you're using, it's just a seed finder. It's chunk base, I think. Yeah, chunk base. Just Google like seed info thing, I don't know. Google something like that. We agreed it wasn't cheating, chat. We did agree that it wasn't cheating. Alright, well I guess we just try and get to the nether after we maybe try and mine for a bit, you know, as in Minecraft. You guys know how it is. Oh my gosh, is that lapis? It is. We're rich. We didn't even find lapis last time, chat. Oh, I need to make some doors. Also, I should probably build a little place to like store my stuff. Let Sam have his mom. True champ. Someone in the chat finally gets it. First he gatekeeps, now he cheats. Diamonds. Notter's his mom. Go off, chatters. Some of you are going off. Let us have your dad, then what? It's awesome fam this and awesome fam that until suddenly we don't get your mom. That's fair, I guess. I will admit that's fair. Oh my gosh, chat, I totally forgot to tell you. I got a YouTube plaque. Y'all want to see? I got a play button. I forgot to tell you. Do you want to see? I can't believe I forgot to tell you guys. I was going to tweet about it and I was like, no, I'll save it for stream. And then I forgot to tell you guys. Hold on, I got to go get it. I'm gonna build myself a little box so I won't die. Ah! I'm actually so hyped, by the way, chat. It's actually just like so hyped to like get a YouTube play button. It's so hyped. Hold on, it's dark, but I'll be back. I'm back. Ah. Hold on, I'm opening it. Boom. Look at that. Boom. It's for the VODs channel. For 100K. I'll show you closer so you can see. Pretty poggers. Oh my gosh, wait, I could like potentially leak my entire room with this thing. What is that up there? Is that my fire alarm? Yeah, I think that's my fire alarm. Could like potentially leak my entire room. But yeah, that's it. Room leakage, room leakage. Anyways, thought that was fun. Figured I would share with you guys. Pretty poggers. Man needs to post on his main channel so he can get one that says Awesome Dude on it. Ace. Let's go make a little hut, if you will. Did Trinick Jr. survive the holidays? He did. He did. One of my roommates took him because I was going on my trip. So he took him home. He survived the holidays very well. He's downstairs right now. Here's our breeder. Let's see if they've made any babies. I doubt it because we didn't prime them up at all because we had no carrots to give them. So, you know. I think we'll just build a little hut though, or like maybe we'll dig a little hobbit hole here. Yeah, I think we'll dig a hobbit hole. You can give them bread too? I don't think you can give them bread. I think it has to be farmable items. Can you give them bread actually? I don't think bread works. You can give them wheat, I think, but not bread. I guess I could just transform the, what's it called? The hay bales into wheat, though. It's bread? Oh, you can? Oh, I didn't know that. Each villager needs 4 bread to breed. Interesting, I didn't know that. I thought it had to be a farmable item. Wheat is farmable? Yeah, I know. Obviously, wheat's farmable, chat. I was saying for them to breed, it had to be a farmable item. I thought. Apparently, you can use bread, though. Which I guess you could argue is farmable, since it's made out of wheat, but... whatever. Let's go ahead and actually craft a quick little furnace, Reno. Just put it here for now. We actually have a lot of hay, so if we can feed them bread, that would be kind of cracked. Like a couple of these for when I'm mining, in case we fall or anything crazy. I'm going to make new copies of all of our tools that we currently have. I'm also going to smelt this down. I think we go on like a real-life major caving exploration here. I need a little bit more stone, though, don't I? Wait, where did the stone I dug out from here go? Oh, there. I was going to say, I know I have stone. We'll make a couple pickaxes, an extra axe. Do I have any iron left? No, because I made shears. Unlucky. There's our first stone pickaxe in the world, and here's our first wooden pickaxe. We'll save them because I know you guys are crazy about that stuff. And our first axe. We'll leave the hoe here. Perfect. Nice. Alright, my villager friends, apparently I can give you bread. Oh, is he replanting those carrots already? Nice. That's kind of big if he is. Alright, buddies. That one eats 4 bread. It's probably pretty bad to mix this villager's inventory with bread and wheat. Maybe they need 6. Oh, there they go. The little guy should try and run to one of these beds over here when it becomes night at the latest. And when he tries to run over here, yeah, there he is. He should try and run because of the trapdoors over here to these beds. And when he tries to run to these beds, he should fall down. We'll have to see when it gets late. He should try and go to these beds, because the other two will sleep in those beds because they've claimed them, I think. As long as it's been... Oh, there he goes. Yeah, see, he tried to go to these beds. He can't make it, so he falls down here. We'll trap him in there like that. That way he doesn't get baby zombied, but... Nice! It worked, chap. Okay, we have plenty of food now. We'll leave some of this bread here to potentially breed the villagers some more. Gonna light up the house a little bit. I might make more torches, actually. Like a lot more, because it was really hard for me to see in the last world, to be honest with you. Nice. Let's just dig a mine shaft nearby. We could run to an actual mine shaft, actually, couldn't we? There's one kind of close to the village. There's a mine shaft at -8, 136. Can I create an iron farm? I mean, I will eventually. Oh, wait. What did I say? -8, 136? Not going down there. Wait, did I fail at chords? Oh, I did, lol. Wait, that's right on top of this village. I didn't make a shield because we don't have any iron, but other than that, I think we're looking good. Listen, brother Sam, make a shield. I don't have any iron. Oh, Megalo. So we're going mining? Eldritch, thank you so much for the 5. The 10, technically, did it twice. Thank you so much, Eldritch. Oh, Splashy, thank you for the 333. Hope you're well, Splashy. Sam King, what's the name of this song? It's called Kuwago Ah. I wish that the donuts would fix themselves today.
Smile.
Like, I see in chat that Haley Range just donated 420, but no message showed up. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I'm sorry. Stream Elements is bugging out today. There's so much coal now. I feel like they made it a little too dense. That's one pickaxe done for. Oh wait, Haley, you said you donated that 2 hours ago? Yeah, it's so broken. What are you doing? We're digging down to a mine shaft to go mining. Did I just see a name tag? Did y'all see that? I'm not even gonna mine that copper. That's a waste of time.
God.
I wonder how low this mine shaft is, though. We're like right on the cords. The cords, I should say. I guess technically we're 2 blocks off. We could have missed it, I guess. What Y level do they spawn at, chat? We Jording, they say. Awesome Jorts in the chat, my goodness. We need an awesome pounder. We need an awesome pound. Negative 59 they generate? No, not diamonds. That diamond is the mine shafts. Jay, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. I saw it in the chat. Thank you. There's also a foolish pound, right? Oh! I'm tired, chat. Been up a lot today. If we don't find this mine shaft, I'm going to be livid. How far does it go, chat? What's the lowest negative it goes to? Is it like negative 100? 64? Okay. Here's zombies nearby. There's some Jorts music, it's true. Hi, King. How was your food earlier? Forgot to ask. It was good. Had a potbelly sandwich. If y'all know what that is. We found it, chat. -8, 139. That's where we busted in. Diamonds! We're rich! If we're gonna get those diamonds, though, we need to smelt down some iron. Which I think we will do. Did y'all write down the chords, chat? I'm trusting you, chat. I'm trusting that you did. Chat never lets me down. We've never been known to do that. Nice. I think it's only 1 diamond though, which is unfortunate, but would prefer to have 3 diamonds so we could make pickaxe, but it is what it is. Looks like it's... Oh, never mind. It is 3 diamond. No, it's only 2. Oh well. Better than 1. Okay, we will continue. You know what? Let me make another stone pickaxe real quick. I think I need some sticks for that, though. We'll just go ahead and make another one, and we'll use stone for now. Awesome. We're off to a good start. Oh, no. I didn't bring my shears that I made. That's a bad idea to go over there. As a matter of fact, I'm going to, we're going to seal that off. Can I mine this with stone? No. I think we're mainly looking for iron and diamonds right now. We don't really care about anything else, to be honest with you. You know what I could make as a shield? Nice. Ah! No, 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 no. You are not allowed to kill me. There was diamond? Okay, chat, hold on. I'm in the middle of something. You missed some diamonds where, chat? Where'd I miss them at? This is gold right here, chat. I can't even mine that with this stone. No, I'm not wearing armor. We literally just went mining. We're going mining for the first time, chat. How would we be wearing armor? You silly geese. You missed it again? Well, where's it at, chat? Tell me. Oh, right there. I see it. Nice! That makes 3. Nice. We're kind of getting rich, not gonna lie. Nice, some more iron. Let's use up these stone pickaxes first. Nice. Got a little sketchy there, but we made it happen. Cave is sick, honestly. We listened to this song already? It's true, we did. I was just feeling these songs. They were so hype earlier. It's a pretty long ways down, to be honest, chat. Close to the sub goal? Real? Question mark? Oh, I can't see it right now. There's a recipe book thing. Oh, we actually are. 55 away. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have to wear a suit on next stream. We're not careful here. Oh, I forgot I can't mine that with stone. On we'll go. It's Big Dirt. Thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Do you already have a suit, Sam? I do already have a suit. Naturally. Found some stalagmites here. That's nice. Grim Jaggers, thank you so much for the 10 tier ones. Go back. Was there diamonds that I missed? Someone said, weren't you at a function a while back where you wore one? What? I don't think so.
Hi Sam, today was my 13-month anniversary. I got Donna walled by Stream Elements. Rip me anyways.
Jay, thank you so much. I did not intentionally don't know wall. This is kind of scary, huh? Sheesh. Sav said it's been 2 hours. That's my donut from 2 hours ago. Stream Elements is broken today. Where were the diamonds I missed, chat? You missed a huge chunk of iron as well? No, I did not. Oh, yeah, I did right here. Nice. Oh my gosh, my door just like closed itself and the air conditioner turned on and freaked me out. Oh, lapis. Let's listen to a mix we haven't listened to in a long time. Nice, that guy just got rolled. We're kind of low on torches, so we might head back to the surface. This is a massive cave, though. This music's bugging out. It's freaking me out. Kinsey, hang out. Thank you so much for the 5 tier ones, by the way. Also, Haley Rains, thank you so much for the 6 tier ones. No, the music's cutting in and out. I don't know why. Whoa, 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 buddy. Whoa, buddy. We hit the sub goal? Did we? Is it official? Oh my gosh, chat, you destroyed that. We should have said sub goals a long time ago. Hold on, I'm hurrying to craft here. Oh my gosh, my axe just broke. Okay. Let's go. Did that destroy my crafting bench? Okay. Nice. You guys met the sub goal. Hold on, I'm gonna box myself in and we'll make a new sub goal. What are we doing for the next sub goal, chat? That's the question. Let me eat. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. A baking stream? Sure, we can do that for the next one. Can we do 3K though instead of 2,500? We can either do something for 3K or something for 2,500. What do y'all want to do? I'm down for either. I'm down for a little cooking or baking. But if we do that, let's do 3K. Okay, cooking / baking, but we do 3K? Alright. There it is. It's done. Hold on, I gotta update it one other place. Baking in a suit? No, I'm not doing that. 2,500, a little kalimba time? Okay. Grim, sleep well. Goodness gracious. Jordan and Rose, thank you for the gifted subs as well. I wish I could thank you all like properly for the subs today, but... Shock stream? I don't know if there's enough subs to get me to shock stream. I'll shock stream if we get 10,000 subs this month or something. That one was kind of close, not gonna lie. L? L? I just rolled that skeleton. There's another one. Wait, what? Wait, what? This skeleton's hacking. Are we out of... I wanted to craft real quick, buddy. Let me craft real quick. No. Let me craft real quick. Killed him with his own arrow. I could be a fan of, like, we slam jam a diamond pickaxe and we collect obsidian now if we find some. Or if we find an area to collect some. Which is not down there, for the record. There's no obsidian down there. The gold armor kind of just seems fitting, doesn't it, chat, that that zombie dropped all that gold armor. How does the dripstone damage work? It's just amplified. Come on, give me 2 at least. Oh, come on. Come on. Yes! Nice, we have enough for pickaxe enchanting table. Oh, that was close, to be honest. Nice. Enough for pickaxe enchanting table, that's huge. We really just need to find some lava now, to be honest. Please define slam jam. I don't know how to define a slam jam. Like, you know, like you're gonna slam it. Like, you're not really gonna think about it. You're just gonna do it. And you're not gonna think about it, you know? Like, oh, you know what? Like, this is gonna use up everything we have, but let's just slam it. Pretty obvious. Pretty straightforward terminology, I'd say. Slam jam nodders. Huh, we might want to head to the surface soon, to be honest with you, though. Shields are OP. There, I said it. Can we find some obsidian? Oh, is this a geode? I think it is. This lava's kind of terrifying, isn't it? There's a double skeleton situation happening here. Oh, it is a geode. It's open on this. It's exposed on this side. What hit me? Oh, this guy walked around. Sheesh. Cool. Well, we found our first geode. We're kind of low on wood. We also kind of left the mine shaft we were in, to be honest with you. What chords was the mine shaft at, chat? Hello, Sam. I'm making a character design for an AU. Do you prefer when people draw your character as a centaur creeper or just a human creeper? I don't know. I kind of prefer the centaur. The human creeper, but the centaur creeper's cool. -8, 139. Okay. Thank you, chap. We've kind of recovered. I'm feeling a little better since we lost the one world. I actually really like the one world. We had so many diamonds for free as well from the shipwrecks and the buried maps. my gosh, wait, we're so far from -8. Oh, we're actually heading the wrong way. Maybe we'll just dig up. Oh, the villager Phil. Yeah, villager Phil. R.I.P. He's gone. I don't know if Phil's still here, but Phil, we had a villager that I named him Phil, like without even thinking about you, and I was like, yeah, like Phil's in Minecraft. But he's gone now. He was in the one world where I died to the Bastion. Alright, let me through here. Dun dun. Bum 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 bum. Okay, we reached the end of this one. A second geode? Yeah, I think so. Back there. Is that what you're talking about? Right here. I think it is. I don't really have a need for them though. I've got my cords open though, so. Maybe we'll just head up here, to be honest. Nice, lots of coal here. They can make the tinted glass? Yeah, that's true. Don't really have a need for tinted glass. Brother Sam, are you lost? Honestly, I'm just kind of going with the flow and mining right now. I've never seen a dripstone block. Well, I have, but I don't like it. Nice. All right, let's try and get out of here now, chat. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go. Also, I'm feeling really tired. Oh no, am I lost, chat? No, this is the way. This is that geode we were talking about. Ow. I'm gonna follow my torches and the cobblestone. Found more iron though. Oh, here's the geode. I don't think this is the right way. We need to go to -8. I know that. So it is this way somewhere. It's this over yonder this way. It's so dark for me on my screen. I don't know if it's dark for y'all. Alexa, turn off the studio lights. Maybe that's why my eyes hurt. Oh, it's so much better. Hold on. See if the camera focuses. Does the camera look fine, guys? I think it does, actually. As long as the camera looks good, I'm turning off the studio lights. My eyes were hurting. I think I need to angle them down a little more. Ooh. Nice. Inventory is full. Throw that out. Okay, follow my little torch trail. This is a cool looking cave, to be honest with you. Look at all the, like, huge structures. I need to eat some of this bread real quick. Eat this up real quick. All right. We didn't find any obsidian is the only thing I don't love about this journey down here so far. I'm going to go to the left, by the way, because that guy looks scary. I forgot I needed to go to -8. It's -8 what, chat? -8 like 72 or something, right? We didn't go down here. I remember that. I remember not going down there intentionally. I think I need to go back down to the right, actually. I think I went the wrong way. It's like -8 139, right? Yeah, it's this way. You know what I want to do for a stream, chat? I want to beat the God Gamer Gauntlet that Ludwig made. I'm gonna beat it, chat. I've never played any of the Jump Kings, or Getting Over It, but I want to do it. Are y'all down to watch me try? Diamonds! Ooh. I think some of my armor broke. It scared me. Oh, all my armor broke. I want these diamonds. Leave me alone. No, don't filza me. No. 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 Ah! Ah! No worries whatsoever. No worries. We're totally good. We're totally good. No. We're good. No. See, it wasn't even... We weren't even close. There was no danger. There was really no worries, actually. We're getting out of here, though. Just by the way. That has nothing, of course, to do with the fact we almost died. I'm just not feeling like mining anymore. Oh my gosh, that was so terrifying, actually. We need some more torches is what we need, but I need more sticks. I guess I can actually craft now. Oh! Did we just dig up into a spawner? Nice. The rest of that's pretty garbage, but we'll take these. Pog. That's pretty pog, actually. Oh, nice. More coal. Oh, no, that wasn't coal. It's just stupid stuff. Write down the chords for me, chat. It's like negative 25, 142-ish. Somewhere in there. That's kind of pog. We found that one without the seed thing, the seed map. We just found that one. Nice. 25, 9, 142. Nice. Negative 25, 9, 142. Nice. What do people without chats do? The diamonds? Oh yeah, those 4 diamonds that were down there. Here we go, chat. Gotta get our money right. Gotta get our money right, not our funny right. No! Die. Please just die. Please just die. Please just die. Oh, I stand by that we gotta get our money right, not our funny right, but... Oh! We're fine. No, we're fine. No. We're fine with that one. We're fine with that one. No. We're fine. My axe literally broke during that. We're just going to get down here. We're going to get our money. And we're going to get out. Yikes. This guy's trying to take our money. It's okay. We just box him out like this. Eat a little bit. Yeah. And then we're going to need to craft some torches like this. Now we just pickaxe this guy in the... Well, our pickaxe is almost dead. We spade this guy in the face. Wait, was it only 2 diamonds? I thought it was 4. Did I already mine some of them or something? I think we got them all now, chat. Did we? Alright, we're good. We're good. We will cross the bridge of this pickaxe breaking when we get there. Oops. Please turn subtitles on. I can, actually. I feel like that's actually a good thing to do. I usually do have them on. Sorry. No music? No, it's going. The music has paused itself. I think it's because my YouTube lags. Well, my crafting bench is gone. What keeps happening today? Why is everything breaking today? Today is apparently not a good day for an Awesome Dude stream. Would you ever do a subathon? I've done one before. I'm planning to do another one and give some time that I owe from the original one because I called it early because I was exhausted. Whenever I get my actual streaming room, whenever I have a room dedicated for streaming, then yes. Yes, I shall. And of course I didn't forget about the extra time chat. What? How would I forget? Yes. I still owe you time, which I have recorded in the dossier, if you will, was the word I was looking for. Which will be paid out in full. I'm not Scam Sam, dude. I'm not Scam Nook. Why is your F3 menu so small? I'm on a 4K monitor, so it's pretty big for me. It might look small for y'all, though. I like your hat. It's an iconic hat. It's true. Dun, dun. I saw this guy on TikTok chat, and he finds the resonant frequency of rooms, and it's like the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. He goes like, I can't find it for my room. I don't know how he finds them so well. He'll go to like random places and he's like until he finds the resonant frequency. It's crazy. Like the whole room starts making sound. You have to face a wall or something? I mean, I'm kind of close to a wall, to be fair, chat. My bedroom's not that big. I also have a massive desk, though. To be honest. Sam, is it cool if I can draw you? Go ahead. Be my guest, please. Post it on Twitter. It's best to do it in the corner of a room. Tips from a music major? Oh, lit. Oh, nice. We didn't even go far from the village. Good to be back here. Nice. If you don't have Twitter, you can put it in the Discord. Hey, Hanson, dude, I already can't wait for the stream. Can we please get Cat Jam to Shivers next? You guys want a Cat Jam to Shivers? Fine. I'll make it happen for you. Do you plan on doing lore soon? Actually, unironically, yes. How many babies we got? Just the one, but he's all grown up, huh? On a Wednesday, anyway. Whoa. Just like that. Nice. He's almost planted the entire field, which means soon they're going to start breeding. I got the shivers about you. On our own again. Nice. We got a decent amount of stuff to smelt up. We also have the stuff to make diamond pickaxe. Which we'll do now. We have 3 extras after we would make our... What's it called? Whoa. Whenever I'm thinking about you. I'm not even going to smelt this copper because it's useless. Okay, nice. I think we have enough iron now to work on an iron farm. We'll need a... Oh my gosh, I just sneezed so big. Ugh. To work on an iron farm, we'll need a kind of flat area to do that. So maybe we'll go find a spot kind of near the plains here. It might be good to do it in spawn chunks, but I kind of just want to do chunk loaders on this server. Bless you, King. Thank you, chatters. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Naturally, thank you. I do appreciate it. I do. Sam, you're the Hobbit because you live in a hill. I am. I am. Okay, though. I would say this world's starting out really strong. I'm feeling pretty good so far, at least. What's this lad up to over here? Hey, buddy.
It is so true that you're the awesome dude. This is true and based.
It's true, Nile Lols. Thank you for the 10. This is like the 5th time I think you donated it, bud. It's true, though. I am the awesome dude. Very based. Ugh! I don't know what to do now. I just feel like we've recovered back to where we were, haven't we? Except we didn't surround this village with fences. Honestly, though, I didn't like the other village, to be honest with you, chat. I just didn't like its location. I didn't like anything about it. I like this village better. The TTS Echo? I need to figure out what's wrong with it. Oh, wait, I know what's wrong. I know why it echoes. Lol. I bet it won't echo anymore. They're grown. We can use them for the... those 2 guys right there could be recruited for the iron farm, potentially. We'll need 3, so we can use the one we've bred and those 2. Why don't we, speaking of bred, why don't we just accelerate this... Nice. Nice. We'll breed a couple more. And then maybe we'll go back to where that mine shaft is. We'll pour water so we can swim in and out. And then we can collect rails from there to move villagers around with. Pog. He's like, bro, you're my little brother. Nice. In front of us. They did it in front of us, Chad. I'm telling you. I'm gonna need some wood. Okay. I like that better. We will make some more bread. Oh my gosh, those doors were like in sync with the song. The mere suggestion that I'd lie about and too handsome dude, I'm offended, King/J. Thank you, Grim, for the 333. That was probably so long ago since Grim said that they were going to bed. It was probably so long ago. Ooh, not even gonna mess with that skeleton down there. Wait, is that a flower forest over there? Oh, that's Pog. We can get all the too tall flowers and therefore farm all the dyes extremely easily. Although we don't really need the dyes. What farm should we work on making? I think we work on the iron farm. I think that one's obvious. It's pretty straightforward. I might look up the data packs and maybe if I stream tomorrow, we'll take a look at them tomorrow. I might not stream tomorrow. I have to drive somewhere to pick someone up tomorrow. So, might not stream tomorrow, but I'm definitely streaming Sunday as of right now. Stream Elements catching up? Question mark? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Stream Elements just going through it today, honestly. Stream Elements is on the struggle bus today. They really are. Where's your house going to be? I don't know. Maybe not even here. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I think I'm going to end it here for today, though. Let's see who's live. Kind of tired, chat. Oh, I see who's on today. I see someone. I see someone. All right, chat. Oh, wait, let me make sure I log out. Oh, wait, let's record what day we're logging out on because it's a server, so it'll continue to run in the background. We are logging out on day 7, so technically 8. Essentially day 8. Day 8! If I do stuff off stream, I'll try and record it so I can show you. I don't think I'll do much off stream, though. I'll probably wait for you guys. Alexa, turn on the studio lights. Time to look good. /raid our boy, the ever handsome Foolish Gamers. Y'all go watch Foolish. He's playing with Carl on GTA 5. I think they're role playing on GTA 5, probably if I had to guess. Y'all go hang out with them. I had fun today. I hope you did too. Sorry Stream Elements is broken. But you're all wonderful. Hey, remember, smile today. It looks good on you. I'm serious. Right now, smile. It does look good on you. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm hearing myself double. I don't like it. Anyways, that's all, chat. Bye.